moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolai signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
Hello, and welcome everyone. This is FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024. We are in Tbilisi, Georgia, and this is the first leg out of 6 Grand Prix tournaments.
Hello, everybody. Here we have 10 players playing in the first stage of the Grand Prix. I will tell you the time control of the games. It is 90 minutes for 40 moves and then 30 minutes till the end of the game with a 30 seconds increment on each move. Today we have the second day. Yesterday we had quite interesting fights, mostly between Bibisara and Sarasadat. It was quite interesting game where Bibisara was very active and aggressive almost the whole game. So we have two results from yesterday, Keti, right?
That's right.
We have that Bibisara won the game against Sarasadat, and also Stavroula Tsolakidou won against Vaishali with a very pity blunder for Vaishali, and the other games ended up with a draw.
That's right. And if you're joining us today, today's pairings are pretty awesome. Here we can see on the screen two decisive results in favor of white pieces. Bibisara and Stavroula emerged as shared leaders of the tournament after first round, and we do have 3 draws. We do have Muzychuk sister sibling draws in the first round. And let's take a look now of the 2 days pairings round 2 and check out what we had ahead of us. Very interesting matchups on the first board. We do have a clash of the generation grandmaster and the former women world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk against a grandmaster, Vaishali. Vaishali just crowned her grandmaster title recently in this year, and she is one of the youngest participants of the event. What is happening on the second board?
Second board, we have Sarasadat against Tsolakidou Stavroula. As we already said, Stavroula won the first game, and it will be, of course, a very interesting game today, as Sarasadat has to try to recover after yesterday's loss. On the next board, we have Lela Javakhishvili against Assaubayeva Bibisara. Bibisara had a very good start and show up a very good performance in the first game. On the next game, we have Muzychuk Mariya against Dzagnidze. Also will be quite interesting game. And on the board 5, we have Kashlinskaya Alina and Muzychuk Anna. Yesterday they both had a very short game, we can say like that. They did the draw. So now we see Kosteniuk Alexandra on our screen. Quite motivated for her game.
So we have several players approaching the game, the boards rather early, a little bit short between Kosteniuk and Sarasadat. And on the other board we do have Stavroula, who just made a photo with the official photographer of the event. The fight for the 18,000 euro continues in the round 2. We do have the total prize fund for this event 80,000 euros, and also very important Grand Prix points. The winner will get 130 Grand Prix points, and that's very important because this tournament is actually just a road to the candidates tournament, and candidates tournament itself is a road to the world championship match.
So it is just a road
Just
to
a
go
road.
ahead.
Yes, that's just the beginning with a really
Beginning in
nice
Tbilisi.
prize fund. Exactly, this is the first venue. We do have a lot of locations, 6 locations for this Grand Prix. We have more participants in this event as well. That's why the tournament continues for 2 years. 2024-2025 will be the Grand Prix year for the women, and
20 women participate
20
in
women
total, right?
have a good chance to score their best Grand Prix points and got the right to qualify to the candidates. The other players will be filled from the other tournaments, and also by the rating overall 10 grandmasters and the chess players will fight in the candidates later.
By the
in
way, just a
2025.
quick question. What's going on if they share the point? I mean, if they tie?
If in case of tie, they share the Grand Prix points. So the
If they
points-
tie in Grand Prix points,
yes.
so what's going on there?
The overall Grand Prix
Yes,
points.
in
That
fact.
actually has never happened, the sharing of the Grand Prix points. But in the regulations, they can actually calculate additional scores and points. But at this point, for many, many years, there have
That never happened.
been a case
Yeah.
like that we had the sharing of also the overall points of the Grand Prix. But in this case, if we have the first and second place similar scores and sharing, they will also share the Grand Prix points. Muzychuk, Mariya, signing the score sheet, giving a little smile to have some positive energy before the round. We can see Nana Dzagnidze is adjusting the pieces. She had quite a long day yesterday.
Yes,
playing
and
against
was
her
winning
teammates.
multiple times her
That's
game.
right.
But unfortunately, she made some decisive mistakes in the decisive moments, and she ended up with draw.
2 minutes to go before the start of the tournament. We're starting at 3 p.m. Tbilisi time. These moments are very important. Players usually like to focus and sit on the table. We barely see someone walking.
But nobody
nine.
is late because of some rules that we mentioned
Exactly.
yesterday, right?
Exactly. There is a strict rules for this tournament. We do have the fine in case if a player is late, even 1 minute late, they have to pay the fine, which is 300 euro. The price will, the money will be deducted from the price that the players are given. 30 seconds to go, and we're gonna have the first moves of the second round.
20 seconds.
All right, time is ticking. We have one final clicks of the players when they're trying to be super focused. Hopefully we have also a lot of spectators today.
Hope so.
4
Yesterday
seconds.
we had a very interesting couple that's sitting there for more than 4 hours.
That's right. And here we have the handshake. The clocks are started, and we will receive already the first moves. We can see the board between Mariya Muzychuk and Nana Dzagnidze was a French defense. That's quite promising and sharp opening. It is good to see more challenging openings, right? Rather
Sure,
than to have
sure.
some fast
Some
tracks.
unexpected things are always interesting for us, for the spectators.
Right. Okay. Let's talk a bit about our own competition here in this studio.
Oh.
You and me.
Oh.
And you guys, if you're joining
I even
this
forget that.
for the first time, I am your host, Keti, Tsatsalashvili, Women Grandmaster, and joined by chess experts, Grandmaster Valerie Gaprindashvili, and we have a little competition in this room, our own competition. Valerie, what is that?
I can start with that yesterday I already won this competition. So now about the competition. So I bet that every day the draws will be more than the results. So 3 and more draws, I'm winning the bet. So
Yeah,
let's
so
see
the bet
what
is about the most decisive results. I think and consider that we're going to have more decisive results, and Valerie thinks that will be more draws every day. The
That's
round
true.
1 was 3 draws and 2 decisive results, so I'm really hoping for today the most decisive results. In case of 5 results, I think I deserve to get 1 bonus point.
maybe, let's see.
Yeah, and if we have all the draws, then you can get 1 bonus point.
Oh, okay.
Let's have that deal.
Is it possible that ever happened, or it actually happened? I
All
don't
the draws?
remember. All the draws or all the results?
Yes, yes.
It
for
was,
sure.
right?
Yes,
On
yes.
Grand Prix.
On Grand Prix Cyprus last year, we had such situation.
So we already have the moves here. So on the first board, I will be glad, compared to, connected to our competition. If Alexandra will capture on d5 here, that will be nice for me. Yeah.
For you, yes. For you, yes. But knowing how
I don't think she's gonna do that.
yeah. Knowing that she's quite sharp player, she likes to have the positions where there are a lot of tactics. I don't believe she will go for that. But
She's thinking.
yeah.
Yeah, she's thinking. Maybe she's thinking about our competition.
Possible.
Okay,
yeah,
board
that's
now.
interesting. She's taking the time.
The time,
in
yes,
this
she's taking the
situation.
time. She's taking the time. Already 2 minutes, by the way. Okay, on the second board, Sarah Hadem against Stavroula. Oh, unfortunately, I don't have moves here, but they did few moves. Okay, I'm not sure. Next board, here we have Lela Javakhishvili against Bibisara Assaubayeva. We have a Queen's Gambit here. Next board, Muzychuk Mariya against Dzagnidze Nana, and now the French defense. Board 5, Kashlinskaya Alina, Muzychuk Anna. Here we have most of the moves. So we have Queen's Gambit, actually very standard position of the Queen's Gambit. Nothing unexpected for now. Let's go to the board 1 again, where Kosteniuk Alexandra is still thinking against Vaishali in the French defense. And she did.
Knight to
Knight c3, knight f6, and e5, knight d7. So the moves on our screen delays a little bit, but on the video we see that Vaishali already played knight d7. Sarah Hadem against Stavroula. Here we have Nimtsovich system with knight ge2, which is a very interesting line, by the way. Next board, Lela against Bibisara. The position is the same. Okay, let's take a look at Kosteniuk Alexandra's game, as they are playing quite quickly. But I don't have the moves yet. We can see on the screen that they did f4 and c5 already.
They're playing quite fast. We can see that Alexandra closed the center with e5 and then pushed the
f4 and then knight
as
f3.
well.
Yeah.
Oh, I do have moves, so I can maybe.
Yes,
oh,
now
yeah,
I
okay, you
also
too.
have. I just received it. This is one of the main lines of the French defense with knight c3. The theory says it has to be mutual play, but let's see. Next board.
Vaishali is very prepared. She plays really fast.
Yeah, she plays fast. That's correct. She has more than 1.5 hours.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kosteniuk is taking her time. She might be surprised. Although they have played a lot of games between each other, and Kosteniuk is highly favorite in their games, seems like today she might be a bit surprised.
Is there anybody in Kosteniuk's career that she is not the favorite for now?
Yeah, that's a fair question. That's a fair question.
Yes, so we're still watching their game as they are playing quite fast. It was bishop e3 played, and for black, knight c6 probably, yeah? Okay, let's go to the next game. Sarah Hadem against Stavroula Tsolakidou on the second board. Stavroula decided to play knight e4 in this position. This is a move. So nothing unexpected for now. Lela decided to capture on d5. So here c takes d5 is just an equal position. And there is, of course, another option to capture with the e-pawn.
Yeah, what do you think Sarah will go? Oh, she went actually with e takes d5.
She already did that. She already did that. We have the Carlsbad structure, very common in the Queen's Gambit, and Bibisara decided to play g6, so she's developing the bishop from g7. Next game.
We can see actually on Sarah's suit that she is representing her sponsor, and she is the second person at this event who is representing the sponsor.
Yes, the first one was Vaishali yesterday, right?
That is really nice. To be fair, most of the sponsors usually are attracted to the men tournaments and men players.
That's true.
It is amazing to see this.
So here we have Mariya and Nana with the French defense. So
Two French
we have a
defense
lot
today.
of French defense today, yes. You see, it's almost a similar position in the game. Alexandra against Vaishali, they have instead of bishop e7, there is b5 on the board. And in this game, Mariya against Nana, we have bishop e7 instead of a6 and b5. So both of them is possible, of course. Another game, Alina Kashlinskaya against Muzychuk Anna, knight e8. That's something interesting, you know. Knight e8 to trade that bishop and maybe later play f5 and knight f6 back.
Well, in this kind of structure, we know that white's pieces are more active. That's why black tries to
Trade some of
the
them,
dark
yeah.
square bishops and somehow simplify the position. So bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop will be in favor of black to have more space. As we see, black's pawn structure is not that open, and later on black can try to develop the light square bishop with b6, bishop to b7, and then c5 alongside with
f5 is
96,
also
f5,
possible, right?
94.
F5
It's
and
kind
knight
of
f6.
idea. Black also can do just capturing on c4 and push e5. So there are many
Also
ideas.
possible, yes.
White might think here in this position to keep the bishops on the board. There is bishop to g3.
Bishop g3, maybe bishop d6. That's the point of knight e8.
Yeah, knight e8 to support the bishop. And in this case, if white goes with bishop to d3, developing the bishop, black has to think twice to take this or not to take. Because
somehow I like
the
that
rook has
f5.
this open file. You like f5?
F5 I like.
Oy.
And then knight d6, knight f6, and somehow to put on e4 that knight. But okay, white has to be slightly better, of course. Let's see, it will be a very interesting game, I hope so. Let's go back to the first board. Kosteniuk Alexandra against Vaishali. The last move on the board here we have b5, and this is the actual position that we have.
They are still following the theory, as this position is
Kosteniuk,
heavy
right?
theory. Both of them, it's quite heavy theory. After b5, white's main move is d takes c5, not to allow black to have so strong center and also the queen side space. You can do that, or you can also do a3. This is the second favorite move here for white to control the b4
She did
square.
a3.
She went for a3, not thinking too long in that situation, and now we are waiting for the move from Vaishali. What will be her option? She is actually blitzing out all her moves. At this point, there is the increment for her for 3 minutes already. She went for
Queen
queen to
a5,
a5.
right?
This is also the main line in this position. Queen to a5.
You were absolutely correct when you said that Vaishali is well prepared.
Look at her.
She has 1 hour 33 minutes.
Almost 10 minutes advantage on the clock at the beginning. That doesn't necessarily mean that Kosteniuk doesn't know this opening or what's happening.
Yeah, for sure. She's choosing the lines which way to go, I think so.
Yeah, there is a chance that they have played this opening for the first time, and Alexandra wants to find the most precise way here, as there are plenty of moves in this position. D takes c5 is still a move, and there is one fancy move here. We can make it on the board after queen to a5. White can go with rook to a2. That makes rook connected to the knight, so in case of b4, you can simply capture that pawn, and the rook on a1 will not hang anymore.
So the main point of queen a5 is, of course, to push b4, so rook a2 is against that.
That's right. And also with rook a2, you are creating a threat which is connected to, let's say,
take on c5 and then b4, right?
Yeah,
so
let's
for
say
example,
A2.
for more clearness, bishop b7, just take on c5. And when the black take on c5, there has to be b4. Quite interesting move. Let's see. On the second board, Sarah Hadem against Stavroula Tsolakidou, they have quite, how to say it, you know, it's an excellent position for white to make hopes on future, as they have the pair of the bishops. They have more space, so it will not be the easy game for Stavroula for sure. Also, we have to mention that Sarah lost first game. She needs some recovering, and this kind of position, Keti, I think is exactly maybe what, for example, if I am Sarah after yesterday's game, I wish to have this quiet position with a slightly,
position.
yes,
You don't risk too much in here.
slightly better position, but kind of forever.
Yeah, it looks very pleasant. Indeed, you also have the space advantage and plenty of ideas here to do. You can go with b4, bishop to b2 to fianchetto this bishop and have the long diagonal. There is the issue of developing the light square bishop, because if you play bishop e2 or bishop to d3, then you have to calculate
What's
if
going
you
on
like
after
to
taking
trade
g2
g2 pawn to
g7.
pawn.
That's correct. But in case white does not want that, they can play f3 anytime. f3 and then develop. I don't think queen h4 check will be a big issue for them. They have g3 move everywhere. Next board, Lela against Bibisara on g6. She answered with h3. Quite interesting theoretical battle here we have.
With g3, I understand that Bibisara wants to play
G6, you mean?
G6, sorry, bishop to f5, because in this structure there is an issue of the light square bishop.
That's true.
So she wants to
That is what happened
that.
actually. Bishop f5 and queen b3.
The pawn on b7 is hanging, so black has to take care of this pawn right now. There's a move queen to b6, or there's
Queen
also
e7 also could be, no?
There's a move like sacrificing the pawn as well on b7. Not necessarily here in this position, because another pawn is also hanging, but that's an option to play.
Okay, next board, Mariya against Nana with the long castle. This will be quite complicated game, I can guarantee that. Opposite side castles, giving us that hope. And you see, Kashlinskaya Alina is thinking after 98 that Anna made on the move number 9.
That's early thinking, right? So we can see here also the 13 minutes time advantage for Anna.
Bishop
She goes
G3.
with bishop g3, yeah.
Bishop g3. Will Anna play bishop d6? No, knight d6. What an interesting idea, right? Knight e8, knight d6.
Yeah, she wants to keep the dark square bishop and go to the stone wall setup with f5.
No, maybe c4 pawn is also hanging.
c4 pawn is also hanging. What happens after c5 if we close the
Knight
center
f5 has to be, right?
and attack the knight?
c5 and knight f5. On bishop f4, maybe it is g5 also possible here. Let's see. But for now, it's I think it is a fact that Kashlinskaya Alina was not. I mean, it was unexpected move, and the idea for Alina is she already spent more than 10 minutes.
Lots of surprises today.
And Kosteniuk Alexandra played rook b1, not on a2, but on b1.
She takes the pawn on d5.
Alina captured the pawn. Anna is very well prepared. We can see that she's playing the moves in a few seconds.
Yeah, that's also the strategy for many players to blitz out the move and press the opponent psychologically that I'm well prepared. I knew you would play this opening, so you are in my territory.
Knight f6. And what's next? Do you think here also g6 will happen? g6 and bishop f5. Makes sense.
g6.
Right? Or rook e8, bishop f8 with knight e4 later. But in that case, white also has the square for the knight on e5.
I like that idea. Actually, very much. So they are still following the main line here of the theory, and knight f6 is the final move, right?
Yes.
So here, what we have in the database are the three moves: castle, knight to d2, and h3 as well. After these three moves, which one rings the bell for you?
h3.
h3.
Because I'm still looking to castle on the long side. Maybe.
I love these knight moves. Somehow black is now controlling e4 square.
Yeah, the knights are very solid.
That's right, and also just ignoring all the white's plans here, and black has her own plan. Knight e4, next move, f4, f5, maybe knight h5 too, some sort of moves like the g6 with bishop f5 is also a nice idea.
Okay, the problem is that we can't put the knight on e4 immediately with black.
Knight to?
Knight to e4, it's just hanging. So maybe it needs some support with rook e8 and bishop f8. For me, it's very interesting which way the white king goes.
Long castle or short castle,
Yes.
that's right.
Okay, we have the interesting position with Lela Javakhishvili and Assaubayeva Bibisara, where Lela played g4.
Oof. Love g4 moves in any position.
If it is possible to do, you have to do that.
Well, she played h3 with that sentiments to play
Yes.
g4.
Queen b3, queen b6, and g4. Okay, what about taking on b3? Take, and bishop c2. It has to be not just knight d2, right? Or not? Yeah, because the pawn is hanging, actually. Knight d2.
There's knight to d2, and I would wonder where the bishop goes in that position.
On the same time, what could attack that bishop?
There is another move.
Instead of knight d2?
Yeah, let's try e3. So I'm giving you the pawn,
So take
and now I really want to try to catch this
bishop.
bishop, but after knight to d2 there's
Bishop C2 back.
Yeah.
And maybe then b3 with the idea rook a2, but there will be bishop b4, then bishop b2. That's interesting, you know. So this, but okay, this and this. But bishop b4.
Bishop b4, bishop,
But bishop
to
b2. Take maybe and knight e4. For example, these, and knight e4. Yeah, and the bishop is surviving. Okay. But there is just simple knight d2 also here. In this position, just knight d2 without giving that b3 pawn. But I'm wondering how to attack that c2 pawn later.
Okay, there is this also this move instead of knight to 2. White can go with bishop to f4 with idea to take the
a7
knight.
is hanging. So in case black capture, take the knight and then rook takes a7. This is what you mean, right?
Yeah. Or you can even improve that variation with after capturing on b3, go knight to d2, hitting the bishop, and
c2.
bishop c2, and now we have a c1 square for the rook, so rook to c1. That's what we wanted to capture.
Yes, actually, this is what we wanted. So bishop f4, yes, that's right. Instead of knight d2, bishop f4. That's much better. Okay.
Oof. The game between Mariya Muzychuk and Dzagnidze is escalating so fast. We do have the opposite side castling. We have already f5 on the board, and we know how strong is Mariya Muzychuk in tactics. She's one of the strongest chess players, women chess players in tactics. That's dangerous.
Nana is also never refusing from tactics, by the way. So this will
but she
be
likes when she's doing the
when
tactics.
she's attacking, yes.
Yeah.
Are you sure that about the c4 move that the black did? I'm not sure about that move.
It's funny because I'm just had my eyes on the engine in the current position after f5. If we can go there, the engine says that this is just fine because
after b,
black has a plan. You play b5 here, sacrificing this pawn.
And
if
in case
the knight takes, you go rook to b8. You have semi-open file. Knight goes back on c3, and you play queen to b6, hitting the pawn on b2.
And you are first who attacking.
Yeah, after knight to a4, queen to a6, and that was a beautiful sacrifice and very nice initiative. I think game is over here for white.
Okay, let's take a look till the end. b3, queen takes a4.
Oh, beautiful.
Queen sacrificing and the checkmate. Okay.
That's what she's looking at for sure. Look at that. So that means that after g5, you should not take this pawn. You should go with f6.
After b5.
You are a person with your own
f6
plans here with white.
So
takes. Knight takes on f6. And perhaps knight e5 here to concentrate also in the center.
But after b5, I kind of feel that black is absolutely okay.
It's quite natural move unless you see the problems with move f5.
And here we have b4 and a takes b4. Kosteniuk Alexandra against Vaishali R. So after rook b1, b4 happened, take. And Vaishali is thinking in this position. She's deciding between knight takes b4 or c takes b4. And do you see how much time she spent?
Pawn takes c4. You see, Valerie, the difference between rook b1 and rook a2? When you have rook on a2,
you were right.
The pawn cannot capture, the queen is hanging.
Correct.
But now rook b1 is a little bit passive. just
Yes,
a little
it
bit
is.
passive. But knight goes on d1 in this position.
But from other side, you know, we have to mention that Vaishali was not expecting rook b1 at all, because exactly there she spent more than 10 minutes. So that could be the psychological move also from Kosteniuk's side, to play rook b1 and to don't go on those main lines of the theory.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And we have very interesting position. Sarasadat against Tsolakidou Stavroula, where black is trying to create their game connected to the bishop on b7 and on the diagonal a8 h1. Last move was f5. And this is, I think, the correct plan, because if the black will just continue developing, then it will be just slightly worse position, as we were already saying. Now they are creating some game on the king side.
That's right. The pawn now on e4 is hanging, so white
Maybe bishop g2?
has to play bishop to g2, because if you play bishop to d3, that covers the third rank. And
f3 pawn is hanging,
lose
right?
the pawn.
On bishop d3, there will be just queen takes f3. So bishop g2 is kind of forced. What will be next? So what could be next? The one is taking on e4 and play e5, or also just do the castle.
I can see the game right now in database that black captured the pawn on e4, capture, castle,
castle.
white can castle and plays bishop to f4 to cover this line. Knight goes on d7, castle, rook to e8, and this is actually very interesting moves here. Rook to e8, bishop goes back on b2, and black goes with e5. Black tries to provocate the white center. In case of d5, this knight will have a nice square on c5. So if you don't push
Also
the pawn
bishop on
d5,
g2 will be actually
stuck there between the pawns. But if you don't push this pawn, then black actually is threatening to take the pawn on d4 and then
Sure.
play knight e5.
So white has to play d5, right? And this could be the position. I like how Stavroula is doing that idea with the queen on h5 and f5. This is a good counterplay that the black has. We see Bibisara is thinking after g4. Lela did g4. I am sure this is not the first time that Lela is looking at this position. And Bibisara, I think, also understands that. So she's trying to make the most comfortable decision for her. Nana Dzagnidze is still thinking, what I see here, after f5, she's considering to play. I'm sure she sees that move, and now she is just considering how good it can be for her.
Yeah, and this is the still the heavy theory here with b5. A lot of games have been played, but there are also other moves too, like rook to b8 to prepare b5, or to play bishop b4 to pin the knight first. And that's why the players usually take some time to remember the lines exactly.
That's true.
Because they are analyzing and memorizing tons of lines every day, and when you have this much of knowledge, you basically just need some time to go through in your mind with all the ideas and not to mix, because this kind of positions, if you somehow switch the plans, it could be crucial for black as well.
And the board 5. Alina played knight d2. Well, we are talking about this move, right? This is one of the main lines. To play knight d2. No, that's not the position. Well, we are talking about this position, so she did castle. And on rook e8, she went knight d2. Somehow it has to be still slightly better for white, as the black has a problem with developing the light square bishop still. Unfortunately, e6 is not the best place to stay.
Bishop. White's idea here can be this classical setup of rook to e1, f3, and to break the center with e4. And those knights are standing so lovely at this point, but after e4, there can be some danger of the fork in the center. Alina taking so much time off the clock. Anna played bishop to e6. She is well prepared in this position, showing to her opponent that she is prepared.
34 minutes.
Oh, jeez, that's too much.
Half an hour difference in 14 moves. As I remember, Anna has a very good theoretical preparation in the openings always. She feels always very confident in the openings. This is a big part of the job, you know.
Yeah, that's the benefit of being a professional chess player. You know all these lines so well. You basically never suffer in the opening.
So
Meanwhile,
it also means
the lower rated players or the beginners usually are suffering in the openings.
Sure. And it also on the same time means that she has a very good memory, memorizing it very well and saving her energy and time in the beginning of the game. This is a very important part of success.
Yeah, the players are taking a little bit pause here. We don't
Yes,
have
somehow
any...
everybody is thinking.
That is a bit early, right? It's 30 minutes, 35 minutes from the start, and usually we have this moment after like 1 hour.
We have absolutely different picture today compared to yesterday.
Yeah, we can see that Lela Javakhishvili talks with the chief arbiter. Maybe there is some request from her side.
Oh, and Nana played something like what? Rook b8.
Rook b8, yeah. Yeah, basically she can play this one, but b5, knight b5 is not working, so that makes
b5
like
somehow calls to do it.
Yeah. All right.
I would love to see b5 actually on the board.
Of course. What about f6 anyway here?
So black is forced to capture.
Black is forced to capture, white captures it back, probably knight captures. And shall we go with bishop h6 move? Attacking the rook, I want actually to
Queen
give a
g5, checkmate.
g5 and then g7 checkmate.
So it seems that black has to sacrifice the rook on f8 or capture on f6 with the bishop. It's also the option. This is the option.
After bishop to f6.
Bishop f4, the rook is hanging on b8. Whoa. So
this rook has never meant to be there, actually.
So I don't understand.
In this line, we do have f6, g takes f6, pawn takes f6, knight f6. And after bishop to h6, black has very strong move with knight to g4. Giving up the exchange, getting the dark square bishop after bishop captures back on f8. Bishop f6, h6 is a threat, a serious threat of winning the queen. So if you change
that looks nice.
Yeah, if you play queen to g5, that's also a funny looking move because trade knight f2 is a fork there, very least, but there's also bishop h6, f6 ideas. And if you play king to b1 after bishop h6, you can struggle on the dark squares with white.
And also on the same time, b5 is also coming. Still there. So maybe bishop f4 here anyway.
Bishop f4 seems to be the move in that position as well.
Instead of bishop h6 to play bishop f4 immediately. Instead of bishop h6.
Right away, bishop h,
Bishop f4. Maybe the black could sacrifice that rook also. Why not?
Just give me the damn bishop. Dark square bishop is
why
super
not? Yeah,
strong.
just b5, for example, or bishop d7. Just to sacrifice. That makes sense because black already has a pawn, right? For exchange, they have the pawn, and the dark squares are quite important. Okay, Kashlinskaya Alina is still thinking after bishop e6 that Anna did. Let's see what's going on. Kosteniuk, Alexandra, and Vaishali. Vaishali played queen b6. She was ahead for 10 minutes, now she's behind for 10 minutes.
Yeah, she's really surprised. The last moves of Alexandra's, as she's now converting all her time.
What about c4 here? As I don't like my knight on d1, and I think I'm forcing black to capture on c3, otherwise here it will be d5. So, and if black captures on c3, then I take c3. Seems quite okay for white. Or even bishop e2 and castle. Bishop d3 and castle also makes sense. Okay, here Stavroula capture on e4, so they are just following the main line as I see. Castle and then bishop f4. I mean f takes e4 with white, then castle and bishop f4. Yeah, yesterday I was feeling much better compared to connected to our
Bet.
our competition. the games were much more
And
clear.
this is only second
and,
round.
This is only second round. I can imagine what's gonna be in the last rounds. Okay, so Bibisara played bishop e6 after g4, and Lela answered with bishop f4. This is comfortable position for Lela compared to connected to her style. This is what she loves to play. What is difficult to say about Bibisara? Mostly she loves when she is aggressive and attacking, or at least pressing. Here she has to be super accurate.
Yeah, between these two players, we don't have that much of the game, so we can't really speculate who is the favorite in this matchup.
Different
we
generation,
have the different
right?
generation, indeed. Bibisara is having the first time at the Grand Prix series. She is quite young. But we mentioned yesterday, I can repeat today, that at the age of 17 she became the world Blitz chess champion. Very sharp and bright player, and one of many
Yesterday she
talented
was
players
very
in
confident in
Kazakhstan.
her game.
Yeah.
Very confident.
I liked how well prepared she was for the game. She is actually playing d4 mostly, and
Yeah.
yesterday she went with e4 to switch from d4 to e4 actually takes a lot of effort.
Later
and she
in
was
the
very
game she
confident.
missed a little bit, but immediately got back and got the big advantage, which she used. I don't know even what to say.
She actually mentioned that after the game, her opponent Sarah mentioned about it, that Queen E1 was the better move probably, but Sarah's move was basically forcing her to make Queen E1, and that's why she found that move later on, just a move later, and it was anyway enough. We can here see that there is a big time advantage for
Somehow
Lela.
I can even see that she does not feel comfortable. Yeah, for example, yesterday, if we compare to yesterday's game, how she was sitting, yesterday she was very comfortable. Today somehow she does not like the position that she has, for now, of course. As a white queen also can go on c2 back anytime to don't trade the queens, as the black king is not so safe. I think so. Muzychuk Mariya is thinking after rook b8. She is thinking, she is considering, of course she is considering f6 move, but on the same time another moves also could be working here for white. Like what? That's a very good question. If not f6, then what's going on? Why did we play f5 if we're not doing f6? Is a bishop g5 move or not? To trade those bishops. I mean, to trade on bishop, not on rook. Bishop g5. That's interesting. But actually what? Bishop g5, then just b5, right?
Yeah, it seems like this bishop is not changing too much.
Yeah.
In sense of helping f6, because black has still the same idea, wants to give up any bishop, any rook for this dark square bishop.
Actually, white has one big trouble, as they have bishop on f1, which is doing nothing more. It is kind of without any job, and also about the future. It's difficult to find out what to do with that bishop. Okay, and Bibisara played h5. That's interesting. She played h5 here. Still, she wants to be active. She wants to be aggressive. She wants to find her game.
I like this move.
Yes,
It's
h5
quite promising.
yes.
So for us to have fun. Okay, let's see.
At the same time, the g4 pawn was controlling the f5 square.
Taking a lot of
right?
squares. Let's take a look at g5. What happens after white pushes the pawn on g5? 94. If you take on e4, then the pawn on d4 will hang. So you have to be just a bit careful in that case. Also, the bishop from e6 will hit the queen.
Yeah, queen c2 here makes no big sense because of bishop f5, and now knight g3 is hanging.
Oh, nice.
Interesting. What? What?
What's happening?
What?
97.
bd7. We have another knight there. Oh my god.
We're missing a cup of coffee today.
We have another knight there. Yes, and here bishop e5 is just losing the
Knight g5. We have to be maybe a little bit careful on h file. Something like queen takes queen, pawn takes queen.
yeah,
and
after
then-
trading the queens, there will be no compensation. That's true. So, what's the best move for white here we can do? Still g5, right?
G5 seems to be the move here. Otherwise, you basically don't want to capture this pawn.
She did g5.
G5 happened.
And
94
94
is
has
the
to
move
be
that we
there.
should expect here from Bibisara. And you can actually take the knight on e4, then take the queen on b6, and play knight to d2. Attacking the pawn on e4. So this is what you can do here with white. Black can go with bishop to b5, d5, threatening e3. And after bishop g2, there is bishop
Just
to b4.
winning for black. No? Ah, no. Sorry. There is knight f3. I thought we are winning the piece here for black.
Yeah, I know.
So you said bishop b4.
To pin the knight. Now e3 is a threat.
Now
So
e3
move
is
like
hanging.
a3 or
Yeah.
any other.
If
could
the
be
white
just a
played,
mistake.
then this, and just e3.
E3, yeah.
Black is winning the piece. Of course, white is not forced to do that. And after bishop d5, they can simply play e3, no?
I'm not so sure about this, because if I go with rook to a2 in this position,
Rook takes a2, you mean?
Yeah.
And take on e4.
And then I can get back on d5, pinning the knight. After bishop g2 or f3, bishop to b4. Somehow, to me, it seems that
my
black
hope
has
was king f2.
very nice position here.
But
yeah, and there's knight f6 also.
knight f6, yes. And if you capture on e4, oh wait a sec, b8 knight is also hanging, yeah, on the same time. Just we have to be careful. Yeah, with a mutual play. Let's see. Sarah is going to do the move, but she changed her mind and stopped. Here Vaishali played a5 on bishop d3. What she did? Knight d7?
She went knight d7, Bibisara.
Knight d7.
Knight f to d7.
Just e3, no?
Is she hoping to play knight a6, knight b4 with another knight?
Okay, it's a mutual play without any special things happening. So, Muzychuk Mariya against Dzagnidze Nana. So, Mariya is tilting. Oh, look at the time difference.
That's a lot. 22 minutes.
Wow, that's a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, we can see that Nana has left the board. When the opponent thinks so much, you basically don't want to just sit still.
And she already, how long is she thinking? I don't remember, but at least 15 minutes, I think so.
I think so too.
More than the 15 minutes, it's not suggested to think. Right? We're
not
talking about it.
recommended.
Yeah,
Not
not recommended.
And this is the move 10.
Move 10.
11. Yeah, move 11 for white.
For white, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Board 5, Kashlinskaya Alina against Muzychuk Anna. Here Anna still has more than 1.5 hours. Rook a d1 was the last move. Interesting.
It's the queen is on d file. Perhaps she.
The target is f3, e4 anyway, as I understood. Yes, because there is no more point with rook d1 if you are not pushing f3 and e4. On the same time, it is very difficult to find out the clear plan for black.
Also a huge time advantage here for Anna Muzychuk.
That's true. That's for sure.
30 minutes.
That's
She's
for sure.
just she just started to think right now. Her last move after rook d1, she found it a bit surprising to have this move.
And we have very interesting move that Alexandra made, f5. So after a5, she played f5. She already starts pressing the opponent's position.
Yeah, the engine likes this position for white and suggesting that, let's say, after bishop e7, white goes your move c4, getting some space advantage, and black has to be very careful here in this position, because if you take on c4 after bishop takes on c4, the pawn on e6 is actually hanging. So there can be some crucial moments if you take the pawn on f5, d5 is coming, and the queen is hanging, knight is hanging, you are basically
the position is like
just lost. It's amazing to win the game like that.
d5.
Yeah.
Oh.
So after c4, the engine suggests to move bishop to a6, and then we have c takes d5. C takes d5, bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, e takes d5. And in this position, there is a weird move, bishop to d2. I have no idea why this move is
Knight
good.
e3.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Knight e3 is coming.
Nice.
You know, we have to mention that Vaishali okay, actually we already mentioned that she has to recover, as losing the game in the round robin is always very tough. So today's game is very important for her psychological conditions. I believe so. So you know, she has to be careful. She has to be careful in this game, because 2 losses in the beginning of the tournament is kind of shocking, I'll tell you. that happened to me and maybe to you also in the tournament, starting with 0 points out of 2 rounds.
Yeah,
and
it's not a dream for the NHS player.
And by the way, yesterday somebody in comments was saying that Vaishali gonna win this tournament, right? Or
yeah, because she's one of the players who is having
promising
really nice tournaments. Recently had fantastic World Cup, then played nicely at the candidates, became the Grandmaster. It is not easy task for many players to become the Grandmaster, but she did, and she's having a fantastic year. So there are a lot of eyes on her and a lot of expectations. Talking about the chat, that's actually
it is
me
twice,
that I can check
twice
our
difficult
comments.
when the people has so big expectations on you.
Yeah,
it's a little bit difficult to make those expectations true.
all right, guys, greetings to everyone. We have the access to our YouTube chat as well. Let us know, who do you support, who do you think gonna win this tournament, and we're gonna read out slowly some of your comments, but please keep in mind we are having a delay of 15 minutes due to the fair play restrictions and the reasons. So we're gonna read the comments rather later, but still feel free to write us and share your opinion. Talking about the fair play, we do have also the scanning equipment, so all the players are scanned before entering to the room. They are not allowed to have the watch or other electronic devices obviously. And I think in as other FIDE events too, here they can also just can't have their own pens. The organizers are usually providing the pens, and they have to use those pens. And we might also have the fair play.
At the same time, I'm interested of our spectators to say their opinion and take a part in our competition. What do they think? Is it a chance that I have to win today also? It means that there will be 3 and more draws.
You want to? Okay, there is some comments. 4 wins, and Keti takes the lead. Okay, good. That's good.
Okay. Let's talk about that later.
And we have the question also in the chat from FIDE. What is your predictions in this battle between generations Bibisara and Lela? Let's take a look at that game, and we can also speculate about it. What is your personal opinion about the clash of generations?
Okay, in this case, I think here a great experience is playing against a great talent. So, connected to our competition, Keti, I have to talk again that I think that game has to go to draw. So this experience is kind of, how to say it, how to explain, equalizing the chances with from Bibisara we have the talent and the high energy, of course, and from Lela we have a great experience. So I think those skills are equalizing the chances, and the most obvious result will be drawing this game.
True. Yeah, I will not comment on your comment. That's just ridiculous to me.
But I'll be happy for her
10 years in
age,
a row.
for her
10
age.
years in a row, practicing every day, you have a strong coaches and seconds, and you are competing at a top competition.
And she has excellent physical conditions also.
Yes.
She's training. I mean, that's just super. That's cool.
Yeah. So this is actually.
And here we have the position that you were talking about, the line with the bishop f4. And now Stavroula is thinking to play knight bd7 and then later rook ae8. It's interesting, what else is she thinking about? Maybe e5 immediately? Does it make sense?
E5, let's take a look. E5 takes, bishop takes, I suppose, or queen takes?
Yeah, queen takes makes no sense, or maybe it makes sense, actually. Why not?
Shall
C7
we see
pawn is
queen
also
takes,
high.
queen takes,
Queen
and
takes, bishop takes, rook e8.
rook e8.
Or, no, rook e8 has to be done, yeah? Rook e8, bishop takes c7, bishop takes e4, and maybe castle. I think white is absolutely okay here. With the bishop against the knight. So, there is nothing much to think. Knight d7 seems to be done for black here. But Stavroula is thinking she had a big advantage on time. Now it is a little bit less, but of course she can think a little bit more than usual.
Yeah, there's a funny looking move. Maybe we can take a look at that. After e5, which is suggested, pawn takes e5, and then g5. Of course, engine move, because who can make move like that?
Oopsie daisy.
And then another engine move, bishop f3, hitting the queen.
Oh my god.
Queen to f7, giving up the pawn on g5, but you can't really take it because the bishop on f3 is hanging. And now white goes with e6.
Wow.
Queen takes e6, bishop takes g5.
Queen f6 not possible?
Queen f6. Actually, you can take and bishop g5 or e7. Take and a7.
Then it will be bishop g4, right? Oh my god.
Crazy.
It will be bishop
crazy,
g4,
crazy.
yeah. So queen takes e6, you said?
Yeah. Bishop g5 and bishop e4.
Oh wow.
And now you castle with white. And that is fine position because it is equal. After taking on f3, rook takes f3, and knight e7, the engine says it's okay position for both sides.
Nice. Okay.
So this can escalate so fast in this position if Stavroula goes with
e5, g5.
e5, g5 if she wants the complication, or there's also just a calm line with knight to d7 and then e5, and this game can go to your team.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Okay, you guys, the games are actually got stuck here. We are not receiving the moves, but this is not any error of the boards, but the players need some time now. They have to choose the correct plans, and they will burn a lot of time from the clock, which is good for us because we're going to have more fun later on. Now we're going to take about 10 minutes break, and by the time we're back, we're going to have more moves to analyze. Don't go anywhere because we just started the second round of the FIDE Women Grand Prix.
that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolai signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
His clock is ticking. How will he respond to Eco's first move already?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swinger. Who's gonna swing across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say like house. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024, the first leg out of 6 tournaments in Tbilisi, Georgia. We do have round 2 in progress. All the 5 games right now are happening in the studio. We're working for you, Keti and Valerie. This is the second hour of the round 2, and so far the games are getting into the shape. Especially one of these games is very interesting.
Let me guess. Let me guess. That has to be Mariya against Nana. That was the most aggressive game and the position that we leave before the break.
That's true. So today's matchups are very interesting. So far, we do have 2 leaders of this tournament, and those players are Assaubayeva, Bibisara, and we also have Stavroula Tsolakidou, who has 1 point. She won yesterday, and here we have the round 2 matchups: Kosteniuk against Vaishali. Very interesting game. Second board, we do have Sarasadat against Stavroula Tsolakidou. Board 3, very interesting game also. Lela Javakhishvili against Bibisara Assaubayeva. Mariya Muzychuk and Nana Dzagnidze is so far the fire on the board. And Alina Kashlinskaya against Anna Muzychuk is another quite promising game. Now let's get back into the playing venue and the board. We have to see what is happening in the game of Mariya and Nana.
So let's start with that.
Yeah.
Here we are. So what happened here was, let me see what happened here. Queen e1 was played in the position that we are considering f6. So b5 and then f6 and then bishop h6. Of course, Nana gave that rook, and I think she has more than enough compensation here. This is a position, right? So what could we consider here for black is the most obvious b4, right? To attack on the queen side. So after b4, knight a4, and bishop g7, there is a threat of bishop h6.
I love that idea to win the queen. Let's see what happens if white goes with king to b1 to avoid the pin. How black proceeds in this position, because in the end of the day, white has an extra exchange.
Yes, it is. So how to continue the attack here on the queen side? Maybe some rook b5, rook a5 makes sense.
That is actually crazy. The knight on a4 is misplaced. We don't like to put the knights in the edge of the board. They are quite limited, and especially this knight here is almost gone, almost lost after rook a5. You have to give up your
b3
knight.
Will be another trouble. If the white play b3 later, that will be another trouble with the white king.
Wow, what a position for
Yes,
for
this is a
black.
position where Nana is thinking, right?
She's taken her time, although Mariya has thought even more in here. She has 10 minutes less on the clock. She seems rather quiet and not stressed at all, unless she's hiding the nervousness, because obviously you don't want to tell your opponent that you are worst. Very often, we don't have the access during the chess games. Very often, one of the signs of the evaluation is the opponent's face impression. So if the opponent is nervous and shaking, you know that you are good at that point and you have nothing to worry about. So there are some people who are actually shaking the whole board, and this is also so anxious because the whole
Just imagine if Nana will shake the board now and play b4.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Shake it, Nana, play b5, b4. That is really nice move. This position has been a theory with opposite castle, and we had also f5, b5, and very sharp position from.
I'm not sure about queen e1. queen e1 is a theoretical.
It was a French defense, right? It was
Yes, it
from
was
the
French defense, yes.
Yeah.
This queen e1 is a little bit strange for me, you know, queen e1. As the black, we are going to give the rook anyway. So queen e1 is kind of extra move that the white
Yeah, you
did.
are moving this queen way too much.
Okay, let's see what Nana decides here to do. Let's start with the first board, no?
Let's go ahead and start with the first board, Kosteniuk versus Vaishali. We have a bit of different structure right now. Knight g5, I love that we've hitting the pawn on e6.
And the light square bishops traded on a6, as I understand. Let's
Yeah.
see. Yes, so after f5 it was bishop a6, take on a6, take on e6, and knight g5. White's position is quite promising, as the black's king is tucked in the center, and there is some troubles with e6 pawn. Taking on g5 is giving to white controlling the dark squares, and also king is completely stuck on e8. It doesn't have even the move to go to play.
Yeah, also black will struggle here to castle. Look at this position. Black king can't castle on the
Yes.
short side, neither on the long side. So you don't want to give up your dark square bishop. Instead of that, Vaishali can play knight to d8 to guard the pawn on e6 and also to take care of the f7 hole in the position, hoping that your next move is h6 and you kick the knight back.
Queen f2 does not work because of rook f8, and then f1 rook is hanging, and trading the queens of course will be very good for black, as their king is not safe. So it seems like knight d8 is a main move to consider for Vaishali, but still I think white's position is more promising. Let's go.
Look at the focus of Alexandra. Look at her.
Yes.
She's just looking at one
Yes.
point. Oh my gosh. I would be
Whoa.
scared of this. Oh no.
I
Oh,
don't like to
no.
be there with black.
Oh, what a look. What a look. There is another move here which is very nice. Instead of knight d8, rook f8 is even straightforward move. Because you are kind of forced to trade the rooks.
So
The rook on
what about
f1 is
taking and knight
hanging.
f8, right?
And you're both pawns on e6 and h7.
Okay, on rook
are
f8, I
guarded.
think we have to consider knight f2 move, as e6 and h7 pawns both hanging now. That makes sense.
Maybe
And
now
here-
it's time to
Take on g5 then, right?
take on g5. There should not be any other move. Take on g5, and at this point, engine suggests that it is time to go with a4. Let's see this position. Take on g5 with bishop and a4. And
Create the passed pawn on
pass
a5.
pawn. This is actually very impressive.
Very
'cause
complicated
You cannot
position.
stop this pawn. The pawn can go all the way to a2. And
That's
this
true.
actually compensates the fact that black has the king in the
Unsafe
center.
king, yeah.
Yeah. Double-edged position. We cannot really say who stands here better.
Yes. Time after time, I also see that the black has the strong sides also in their position. Let's go to Stavroula against Sarasadat. Sarasadat is with the white, so let's see what she did. So she did knight d7, as we are saying. e5 didn't happen in the game. It was knight d7, castle, rook a8, actually what the theory says. e5, and this is a position maybe slightly better for white, but nothing special, I hope so. Position is the position is on my side.
Yes.
Next game, Lela against Bibisara. The last move, knight h4. Lela still tries to get the pair of the bishops, so that f5 bishop was on e6 a while ago, right?
Seems like Bibisara has to withdraw the bishop back on e6. You don't want to give up
Again.
your light square bishop.
That's
And
true.
I have a feeling that this bishop has a 9 lives going
So
back and
many
forth on
times it
e6
moves.
and f5.
So it was on f5 from the beginning, then it goes to e6, now it goes to f5, and now it is forced to go on e6 again. But what is she considering? Is there any other move more than bishop e6?
She says it is
queen
another
d8.
move, and she goes with queen to d8, hitting the pawn on g5. She is giving up her light square bishop, ruins the pawn structure on the queen side, and she wants to take the pawn on g5. I don't actually know about this move. I would be so scared to.
What about take on
destroy the pawn
f5
structure.
and bishop f3?
Oh, I really don't know what is happening.
Wait
What
a
is
sec,
white's
what's going
hope
on the
here?
king side? White or black, you mean? Black's hope.
Black's hope.
Yeah, because of the long castle is also
Oh,
ready.
bishop is on e6. Bishop is on e6 already.
What?
Yeah, we are behind. We are a bit behind here. Bishop is
What?
already on e6.
So she played bishop e6 here, you mean?
Yeah.
Ah,
I
bishop,
said bishop on e6.
bishop e6, short
Castle,
castle, and
and
then
then-
queen
yeah.
d8. Now it
Oof.
makes sense. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. No, the position is with a mutual play. So what we have here, e4, is like forced to do. The g5 pawn is hanging otherwise. And take on e4 and take on e4. This thing. It's a
How do you
mutual
feel about
play.
the pawn structure of white? G5, G4?
Well,
They
not,
are
not the best.
visibly weaknesses, or they are actually the strength?
They're
to
gonna
have
be
space?
weaknesses if they trade a few pieces.
Mhm.
Then it will be a weakness for sure. But for now, black is a little bit stuck. So it's a mutual play, quite complicated position.
And in this game, I think we're gonna have position like this where the players are going back and forth, just playing some moves
Yes.
slightly.
And what is so unexpected that Bibisara has much less time, right? She usually plays quite quickly. And here we have Lela fully focused on her position, and she's considering what else could be considered more than e4.
I love these close-ups of the players. This videos gives us so much details, how the players are feeling, how players are.
Oh.
Oh.
Wow! Wow!
Okay, what a look! Look at Lela.
That was a nice
She-
view.
yeah.
It was a nice view.
I'm just
E4,
thinking,
of
what
course.
about the game between Bibisara and Kosteniuk?
Oh.
We need a full screen of that.
They need the mirror there, sometimes to look at themselves.
Yeah, wow, what a look! You know, some people does that because they want the players to, you know,
Yeah.
fail that
Yes.
way to be observed. But most of the times we just don't realize what we're doing during the game.
Yes, this is true.
And it is like, I have been told many times that my face drastically changed when I play chess. And I was like, what? And then I see the photos of myself, and I'm a
It's
different
like,
person.
that was not me.
Yeah, not me. So we can see here, when you're focused, when you have so many thoughts in your head, you also have this kind of face impressions.
Okay, Lela is just doing her job.
Yeah, I
we
think
can
she's just
see.
covering her. Like,
Yes.
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that look.
Okay, next board we have Mariya against Nana, where
Before happened.
b4 happened.
So this game can escalate very fast from this point, because before is attacking the knight, and white has to make decision now where to bring this knight. But we're at the point when whole queen side can just blow up
Yes.
very fast. And meanwhile, white has not that
Okay,
much
honestly,
of
I
clear
like
play
Black's
on the king
position.
side.
Honestly, I like it.
Yeah, it looks really good.
The dark square bishop is kind of the boss there.
Mm.
It costs more than the rook for sure. Okay,
Right.
Mariya is thinking. She's behind for 15 minutes. She has 15 minutes less on the clock, and it is move number 16. So we could already say that in this game it will be a time trouble soon. And the board 5, Kashlinskaya Alina with the white against Muzychuk Anna. We talk a little bit less about this position because there is no aggressive position. Almost all pieces on the board. They are missing only one pawn. Anna was very well prepared in the opening. She equalized actually the position, and now it is the mutual play. The game has started now, we can say like that. Here Vaishali is still thinking after knight g5. So what we are considering here was a rook f8 move, then take on g5 and then play a4 for black. Yes, Vaishali is thinking here. She is thinking, she's making the decision. She's also behind for 15 minutes on the move number 18. Okay. Next board, we have Sarasadat against Stavroula Tsolakidou. Sarasadat played h3 and Stavroula answered with knight f6. Here also is quiet game, nothing so aggressive is happening here on the board. Slightly better chances for white based on the space and the dark square bishop that they have. Now h3 pawn is hanging and g4 is kind of forced to do, and Sarasadat did that move. Now I think
for
we'll
on the
go
board,
some
queen is
g6.
hanging. This bishop on g2 is really locked in between the
it's
pawns.
like a big pawn.
Yeah, tall
Like a
pawn.
big pawn, but not a bad pawn. It is an excellent pawn. Oh, what the thoughts for Sarasadat? See. Okay.
Looking at the opponent. In these kind of positions, I always miss the knight on the board from white side. You
Yeah,
need the
you
knight,
need the knight
jump over,
somewhere,
get
yeah.
on f5, for instance.
F5, excellent.
Yeah.
On the same time, white has a plan to push b4, c5, by the way. But still, I think black is well prepared for anything here. Their position is quite solid, not so active, but solid for sure. Now e4 pawn is hanging.
Also, I'm just thinking how about moves like, let's say, rook to e1 now to guard the pawn on e4 and to place h5. Is that necessary to complicate the position so much? And
So
rook
what
to
happened?
a to e1 happened?
Rook a to e1, yes. So you are saying h5.
Can we do that?
h5, g5, knight h7. Or where to put that knight? Knight on h7 after queen g3. Then actually we can take on f1, take and rook f8. Seems like still okay for black.
Not much changes in this position, and white, yes, has this pair of bishop advantage, but the knight somehow has also some potential to get on d7 and c5 later on, and the position is just very close.
Yes.
And white cannot use the pair of bishop advantage.
Let's go to the next game, Lela against Bibisara. So Bibisara captured on e4, and Lela also captured with the bishop. Oh, she captured with the bishop, not with the knight. So what's going on about h3 pawn?
Well, that's
Oh,
the
she's
question.
just sacrificing that pawn. She hopes that Bibisara will not play with the same piece again and again. She will not touch that bishop, but she will. Believe me, she will.
One more time.
And with tempo. I think that will be the most lucky move with that bishop, because this is the first time in its life that it is doing it with tempo.
Tempo. And it's not on f5 or on e6.
Yes, it's on h3. It's a big progress. Not h6, sorry, h3.
Promotion in the career.
No,
Wow,
actually,
that's
why
interesting.
not?
Let's take a look. We have to take a look what's happening after
So
it's
rook
taken
e1.
here. Is there some tactics? Rook e1.
And if the bishop goes back, then g6 pawn is hanging, I believe so.
Okay. So that's the idea, to hit the pawn on g6. We don't have to go back on g6, obviously. How about we just play something like knight to c7 to prepare? Yeah, it looks like something will happen
Maybe
in that
d5
position.
also. As we start doing it, let's continue.
Ouch. d5.
Knight c5, what's a d6 on knight
And
c5?
if pawn takes on d5, first you will take the knight on c7.
Definitely, and then
Queen
knight
has to
takes
take,
d5.
and knight d5 now.
Queen goes, then take here also, take, and bishop f5, and finally we gain the...
And we cannot play bishop e6.
There is no more bishop e6. Okay.
Oh,
So
like
that's
this
interesting,
position
right?
for white. Yeah, nice sacrifice.
Nice idea of sacrificing that Lela. And
Yeah.
refused.
Bibisara
c7.
played knight to c7 instead of that.
But same rook fe1, right?
Rook to e1 can be played.
And g6 pawn is again hanging because white can take on c7 anytime. Or actually, if the black captures on h3, it transposes to the same line that we were talking about. I love what.
I mean,
love
this
white's
bishop on
position.
e6 is a problem for,
It's a
for
problem.
black.
It was a problem for whole game, and it is still the problem. So Bibisara is trying to put it where? On d5 maybe, but after rook e1, she is not on time to put it on d5 because it will be bishop c7, right? And bishop takes d5, and it will be very, I mean, it's almost losing for black. So rook e1 is requested. For Lela, let's see what she will do, and she has the advantage on time also. She has 48 minutes against 31 that Bibisara has. Muzychuk Mariya against Dzagnidze Nana. This is a position b4, and Muzychuk Mariya is thinking. She has only less than 27 minutes on the clock, and only 16 moves done.
That's not good, especially when you play with white pieces. You want to get the advantage in the opening.
Wait, she did the move that we don't have. 92. She played 92. Maybe straight attack with a5, a4. Actually, why not?
a5, a4. It's not that too slow.
Yes, but
Can
we're
we do
not
b3
late.
instead?
b3 immediately. I don't want too many complications.
No complications. Thank you very much.
b3 makes sense.
Takes.
Take like this. Take and a3.
Open C file is really tempting here for black, so I would just say bishop a6. But black has already gave up one pair of rooks, so there is not much of use of that file.
They are missing the rook. We want to open up the diagonals, not the files.
Yeah, there's also knight b6, knight c4 idea.
That makes
She'll
sense.
definitely think of this move, but you have to push pawn b3 when you're ready, so maybe you have to prepare it first.
Also, I don't see anything much for white that they can do to create some counterplay on the king side, as the dark square bishop is actually controlling everything. Next game,
Our
Kashlinskaya.
chat says that Anna fell asleep. Let's take a look why they meant so, because no, she has more time actually. She has more time on the clock, just a few minutes more. But we don't have much of the moves here in this position.
Yes, here we are. And she did the move that is taking on e4. I feel like black is absolutely ready for that e4 move that the white did, but there was nothing else actually to do with white. Abstractly, I'm talking.
So it takes on e4 with a pawn. There's knight to g4 move to hit the bishop. And you basically don't want to give up your dark square bishop, but if you move it away on g3, then the pawn on d4 is hanging. So
Also h2. Oh, sorry, not h2. I thought somehow the queen was on b8.
b8, yeah. Oh, that happened to me too. That happened to me once, and I played the queen. I didn't.
You did it.
I did it in my game at the World Championship or the Junior Championship. I played. Oh,
You captured on h2 from c8?
no, it was a whole tactic. It was like one of the best tactics actually. I had to sacrifice first piece on a5.
To open up the
Invited
diagonal.
rook on a5. Then I
Okay.
had to play queen c8 to d8 to hit the rook on a5. And the next coming queen to h4, and she could not guard the 2 spots on af2 and h2, and it was a checkmate, and game was over. And what I did, instead of playing something on bishop a5, I played queen c8 to h4.
Immediately.
Right away. And my opponent wrote down the move, queen h4. I wrote down the move as well. She's looking at me, I'm looking at her. And then
What was the final decision?
then I told her like the queen was on c8,
Oh
and she
my.
said yes.
Oh
And
my.
I'm sorry. I took back queen c8, but then I had to play with my queen.
Yeah, that's not the best option in that position.
And we played 3 more hours when I had to just finish it right away. That was
So Alina
very
captured with
embarrassing.
knight. She did not capture with the pawn.
Knight c4. Yeah, because if you take with the pawn, then you give up the g4
That's fair.
square, and I don't know. I think that's pretty much bad for white in that.
But still,
position.
I have the same opinion that the black is absolutely ready to open up the position here.
Oh, look
so
at Anna. She just captured the knight
with the
on
d6
e4.
knight, right?
She did it with the d6 knight. That's right.
Okay, I did not receive that move yet, but I guess that it was knight d6 to e4.
So knight e4 can happen, and we might have another knight trade. Bishop can get on e4, and after taking on d4, we might have the queen trade and the end game with bishop to d4.
And don't you think that I will be leading in our competition again? Based on this position that is very, very close and smells like a draw already.
Yes. Yes,
And
of
this
course.
is it. They are trading the pieces on e4. Come on. Let's take one more time on e4. Actually, what else?
What black had actually tried to take on d4 right away. Not to
Anyway,
simplify
there
the
will be some
position.
tradings, no?
Yeah, black has nothing to worry in this position.
It's very, for me, it seems too equal.
Yeah.
White also does. Okay, but anyway, it seems equal. White has no weaknesses, let's say so. But Anna loves to win the games like that, so it's very difficult to say and talk about the result for now. Let's start from, here we have interesting knight f2. So Vaishali against Kosteniuk Alexandra played rook f8 as we are considering, and Alexandra answers with knight f2. That was actually my idea also, hanging on h7 and e6. So here Keti was saying bishop takes g5. Actually it is, I think, the important moment for black to make the decision of taking on g5 and then play a4, but unfortunately Vaishali played h6.
Wait.
I don't want to...
Is that the pawn hanging on a e6?
So I don't want to believe it is another blunder. No, she captured on g5. Yes, she captured on
Jesus
g5 and then played h6. Instead of h6, we are considering a4 straight away. So what is h6 changing? It is interesting.
She
if
wants
it
to
changes.
let her king have more freedom because it controls so much dark
After
squares.
bishop e3, she has any way to play a4, right? because there is no more game for black. And a4 seems quite powerful.
A4 seems quite powerful. She has to try here to create the pass pawn as fast as possible and
To get the
have
counterplay,
something
yeah.
to distract white here, because if this game continues, white can improve the position slowly. Knight h3, knight f4, hitting the pawn on e6 again.
An unsafe king, yes, again and again. Black
Yeah.
has troubles with the king.
There's queen d1, queen h5 moves,
Also.
stuff like that when you play h6, especially now.
Okay, after this, I am almost sure that you will play a4 on the next move. Okay, and Sarah Hadem against Tsolakidou Stavroula. So what happened here? Happened h6 instead of h5 that we are considering, b4 and knight h7. That all, of course, it makes sense to trade the rooks on f file and move the knight on g5 in case we need it. As if the white pushes h4, then g4 pawn will be the trouble.
Shall we see here the line after c5, what happens?
c5, it's an obvious move. Oh, also h5. Oh, knight h7 has also another idea to push h5.
All right,
Right.
it makes a lot of sense because now you don't have g5
Yes, it's hanging.
move because knight is already on h7.
but wait
you
a
are kind of
sec.
forced to take the pawn.
There is a small tactics I just saw. So on knight takes g5, white does not have queen g3 because of knight takes h3, check.
Funny.
And 2 pawns up. King h2, just take, and knight f4. So on c5, there could be h5 for black, the best move. It becomes complicated, you know. For a while it was kind of quiet position. Everything was going smoothly, and they
White is
decided,
taking the
white
rook
decided.
on f8.
That's on my side again. Any trading here is getting me closer to win the competition. So take with the rook. Then, what's then?
She might go with rook f1 now, because why would you give up the control over f file if you don't want to
And take
take
and
it back?
h5? Ah, take maybe with the, no. I mean, rook f1, just take and then h5. You see, Stavroula is also showing up the good performance. Okay, first round it was a PT blunder from the opponent's side, but you know nothing is happening without reason. So she did her best and she got the result from it. And today she is very accurately equalizing the position and doing her job on the king side.
Yeah, very solid play by Stavroula Tsolakidou. She's actually quite
Queen g3 happens.
strong player from Kavala, Greece, 24 years old. And her standard rating is 24.29. Her blitz rating is as low as mine. I'm happy to see that. Sorry, Stavroula, but it's 22.74. But that might be because we actually don't have that much of the blitz tournaments,
that's
and
true.
you cannot really gain the rating. And she has been recently quite active. Because there have been these years when she was not playing. As we mentioned yesterday, she was busy with the university and studies. But this year she has already played a lot of tournaments, starting from the January, February, March. Like basically she played all the month, at least one game, skipped March and April, 2 months. And yeah, seems like she's coming back to chess world.
That's always nice to see. So Sarah Khadem did quite interesting move. So she trade the rook on f-file, keep the e1 rook to support the e4 pawn, and with the queen on g3 supporting the kingside pawns. Now h5 does not make any big sense for black, as it will be g5 later. And on knight g5. Knight g5 is interesting, you know. But knight g5 is not creating any threat for now. It just stays well there, and we can consider for white even c5.
So the bishop takes on d5. Shall we take the bishop as well?
And then just keep another open file with the a1 rook.
Rook c1. With idea bishop c7, bishop d6. I love this one.
Nice. It's nice. Black is tucked. It seems to me
It
they
is
are
stuck.
stuck.
You can play rook c8 because then in the end bishop on e7 is hanging.
What about knight b6 here? What to put on c7, rook or the bishop? Because if you put rook, I'm hoping on this move.
It is actually possible to play bishop c7 maybe, queen d7, and something like knight f3, knight d5 ideas. But we have to be careful with the pawn on h3, that's right.
So knight b6, I feel like there has to be something more powerful for white. Some tactics somewhere.
Tactics.
We need some tactics, as our position allows that. We have all active pieces on the board.
Okay, there is a beautiful line here. Queen e3 attacking the bishop on e7. And after rook to e8 or bishop to d6, doesn't really matter. There's knight to g6.
Voila.
Beautiful tactic. So if you take it back, there's queen e6 jack, and
King is in trouble.
king is
Where to go? I don't know where
if
to
king
go.
h8 or h7,
Then bishop e5 check
is
or
a
queen
checkmate,
f7,
so
yeah.
he has to go on f8 in this position, and here we can just take the pawn on g6. The pawn on h5 is hanging.
It's
The
almost
bishop can
winning,
get on the
right?
third rank and give a check. That's gonna be game over very soon.
What the face again?
What is that? King's side look.
Is she looking at the h5 pawn? Okay, so queen e3 is very interesting, yeah. What about bishop b4? Does it make any sense on queen e3? Bishop b4.
Can we do knight g6 again?
Anyway,
Yep. If you take the rook, knight e7 is a check. If you take the knight, then we have queen e6 check. Rook to c7.
oh my. Rook c7 check. And taking here makes no sense. The position will be bad. Take and take on e1. Maybe not so bad.
Yeah.
It's very
I don't
complicated.
know. It looks bad to me.
Complicated.
Lela
Okay.
is taking the knight.
So definitely it has to be c takes d5.
Or bishop d5 because.
Oh,
it's-
sorry,
yeah.
sorry. Opposite. Yeah,
Opposite,
because
yeah.
c takes d5, bishop takes g6. Lela is thinking again, but I'm sure she will take on d5.
How about queen e3 here in this position? Queen e3, bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, with the ideas of knight g6.
Hidden attack. And here we have b3. Nana played b3 against Mariya. And Mariya is still thinking.
I like this move so much, b3.
Well, Mariya did the move. She captured. C takes b3. Nana is thinking.
So after c takes b3, a3 is the suggestion in this position, and hoping
Nana
to
did not
close
capture on b3 yet. Right?
That's very interesting. Maybe she has something else instead of capturing on b3. Knight b4. Hitting the pawn on a2.
Actually, why to take on b3?
Oh, she's just
Let's keep it open. She took.
Just took it.
Oops. So a3 is also forced. Obviously, it's the best move for white. No, she's still thinking. Wait, what else than a3 here with white? Take on b3? I don't think so. Otherwise they will take on a2. So a3 is a move like automatically has to... No?
I can't get the eyes off of the glass, water glass of Nana.
And
so
spoon inside, right?
Yes.
In the water. So why the spoon is in the water?
What the spoon does in the water?
It has to be something else than the spoon. Maybe sugar?
Sugar crush. Honey. No, that makes you...
No, honey, we're gonna make... Honey?
Yeah.
Honey will make the color different, no? I mean, there is no white honey, as I know. It has to be a little bit yellow then.
This is so interesting. I'm gonna ask her today.
Maybe some medicine.
Yeah, but why to leave the spoon inside the glass?
To shake it.
Yeah.
It's very interesting, actually. Why the spoon is in the glass of water.
That's the question of a day.
Yes, actually we can ask
Ask
our
the
viewers.
audience, what is in the Nana's
What
glass?
can be there? And here we are, this position I love to see. Because of some reasons that we already know.
Incredible.
I think it's time to offer the draw.
I agree with that. I don't know if they will agree on a draw, but it actually makes sense to save the energy for the later games. Because myself, I like to play long games and try until the very end, until I have some chances.
But it is too dry, or how to say
Yes.
it.
And then I'm burning out myself when there is like there are 9
And
games.
and then time trouble starts.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just very equal. There is nothing much to consider and watch here. Let's go to Kosteniuk Alexandra against Vaishali. So what happened here? Yes, you see a4. A4, of course, a4 and queen d1.
She's going to h5. She wants to give a check.
Maybe that's a weak side of that h6 move. But by the way, the king on d8 or even c7 will be okay.
Like if you just ignore that and push the pawn a3, right?
Yes, why not?
And take and just play king to d8.
King d8, king c7. I don't think that on e8 it was more safe than on c7. At least it will be surrounded of knights.
Yeah, it's not the open file. The pawn on c2 is still closes the rook, closes the files for the rook.
Mutual play. Maybe it's quite comfortable on g5 as a white could not push h4 because the knight can go back and then the g4 pawn is hanging. It is very close to the equal. Here Lela is thinking after bishop takes d5 that Bibisara did. Lela is still thinking. So I think she's actually considering the taking on d5 or play queen e3 first. So let her think. As the same to Nana. After b3, a3 she is thinking. So I think we have the same moment where everybody decided to think before doing the move.
Yeah, this is the second time. Usually we have 2 or 3 times, twice in per game, when we have the
decisive
moments
yeah.
when the players have to make very important decisions that takes them a lot of time, and then they are struggling with the time pressure. So for the moment we have more or less clear positions in most of the cases, and very soon the things can escalate. We just saw Nana play d5 in the center, so I believe that after this move the position will be even farther open. So you guys, we are going to take now the second break, because by the time we will be back the games will be more exciting. You don't want to miss any part of the round 2 at FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Tbilisi. Don't go anywhere because we'll come back soon.
See you.
In that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolai signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
Who's gonna swim across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say a lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
And we have a second round in progress. All the 5 games are right now happening. We still don't have the result. This is actually few hours already from
3 hours
the
past.
start. And the games are very interesting. We can see the players so focused. They have less and less time on the clock. The positions are still quite stable, not dramatic changes, but we have changes on the clock. In the studio, Keti and Valerie. For you and Valerie, what is the game that you want to take a look at first?
Let's start with the first board. Yeah, just go like that. So first board we have Kosteniuk Alexandra against Vaishali. And Vaishali's position seems quite okay for now. She improved her position, and now her king is safe. What is the most important? The king is safe on d8, and she has the counterplay on a file connected to the passed pawn that she could create anytime with a3. It is move number 24, and the opponent has white 12 minutes and the black 9 minutes. It says that it will be a time trouble and time pressure for sure in this game. Second board we have Sarasadat against Tsolakidou Stavroula. This is a position which seems also very interesting compared to what it was few moves ago.
I agree with that. The position is more open. We have dramatic changes. We have play on the queen side, on the king side as well. We can see white managed to push the pawn on c5, but black has opened the king side. Knight has a beautiful outpost on f4. Can actually jump
finally,
over
that
there.
knight has a place to stay.
This is not the end yet in this game, as you thought so earlier.
That's true.
We can just make a quick recap of all the games as we are just coming back right now. Going further to the game of Lela
Javakhishvili,
and
Lela against
Bibisara.
Assaubayeva Bibisara. So Lela has a clear advantage in the end game because of the pawn structure and the active pieces. So it is white to move. Actually, they can take on h5 and b pawn up.
To be pawn up, indeed. Somehow they have traded a lot of pieces. The queens are off the board.
And
We also
Lela
don't
already
have bishops on
played.
the board.
She played something. She played rook f1, as I understand.
Oh, I like this move. She wants to
Yes.
keep the pieces on the board. She is threatening to play knight to d3, hitting the knight on f6, and then take the pawn on h5 without trading the knights.
Also, on the same time, rook f1 is a useful move in the even in the case if white capture on h5, the move b4. For example, let's consider this line: take on h5, take on h5, rook c8. Rook wants to enter on c2, and rook f1 will be the useful move always, as on rook c2 there will be rook f2 move.
Right.
To support the second rank. So rook f1 is very useful with the multiple ideas. Even knight h5 on the next move will be super cool for white.
I love this move, rook to f1.
Yes,
Very
that's
solid,
nice.
classy move.
Yes.
Gives a Bibisara a bit task to solve her issues with 6 minutes on the clock. Still to make
11 moves to do.
more moves. Bibisara quite focused. Lela seems to be a bit more relaxed in this position. Here we
Bibisara
have
has
the
less than 6 minutes
time
already. Yeah.
of 5 minutes and 50 seconds against 16. So it's like 10 minutes advantage for Lela.
Okay, next game we have Muzychuk Mariya against Dzagnidze Nana. And this is the position. Wow, a lot of things happened here also.
A lot of changes of the pieces. So far, white is still an exchange up, but black has a perfect compensation for that exchange. White's king is struggling pretty much
Yes.
in the center.
The black bishop comes to f5, I think so. Those bishops will be quite dangerous.
I agree with that. Bishop to f5 can be the move. There is also the move like knight jumping away, knight c6 or knight to g4.
White is in
because
trouble here.
bishop is targeting the pawn on b2.
Undeveloped king side. Unsafe king. Okay, it's a clear advantage for Nana, and she has 12 minutes on the move number 25. White has 6 minutes. And the fifth board, here we are. At least here I can be proud of my bet. The position is actually draw.
I'm happy that this game lasts longer, so we can be happier longer than that. So we have the same color bishop here, not the weaknesses for any of the side. Black's king is a little bit more active, but white is totally controlling everything. There will not be any dramatic changes here in this position. Bishop e3 has been played by Alina.
And later it will be a4.
Hitting the pawn on a7. Anna played a6. They will try to locate the pawns on the light squares, so the bishops cannot attack. g6 has been played here by black. Bishop e3 and a6. We have Anna on the board. She somehow looks so stressed. I don't know why, but the position is very peaceful. She looks also very focused.
Yeah, now or later white has to play a4, but I don't think there is any problem with that. Or maybe don't play even and just stay with the bishop c1.
Bishop c1, can we play it? I like bishop d2 as well, with idea to play bishop to b4.
Bishop b4, yes.
To activate
pawn's endgame. Even after bishop e7, the pawn's endgame will be not promising anything more than the draw for black here. Yeah.
That's right. So we had a quick check of all the games. I suggest now to go back in the game of Mariya and Nana. Nana just played bishop to f5.
So she did this one.
Mariya has 4 minutes on the clock.
Yes.
That's not much of the time.
Let's watch this game.
What can she play in this position?
Very
what is the
tough
threat
position.
actually? What is the threat? So if white just queen to c8 is a threat, and queen to c2 checkmate is a threat.
A very tough position with a less of 4 minutes on the clock. And
So how
Nana
about
seems
king?
very focused. Let's see that.
Yeah. She missed the win yesterday with white pieces.
But she's not
Doesn't want
going to
miss
do the
today.
same today.
No. That was it.
By the way, she's playing quite good game today. Yesterday also, if she did not miss winning few times.
Yeah, pretty solid game today. We can see strong, powerful bishops, pair of bishop. Mariya has this extra rook, but so far it's stuck on h1. Never had a chance to get it into the game. Queen
show
c8
off.
is a really, really strong threat right now.
So what to suggest for white? King b1?
King b1, yes, I guess so. But it actually just steps on the diagonal.
And
Not
she
an
did
easy
king
move, she
b1.
did that.
She made that move. But
She
what the
did
white
that.
is doing next? How to develop the pieces? And the bishop on f1 doesn't have any good square to go. So, for example, queen e7.
I like queen, so I like also queen, rook to e8 to pin the knight on the diagonal. Prepare something
Yes,
like
as the
knight
rook on
c6.
b8 is not doing much actually.
Mm-hmm.
It was rook d6, take on h5 and take. Yesterday she survived the worst rook's endgame. Let's see what she will do today with the extra pawn. It's not easy to win, definitely. But technically it has to be winning.
Well, in her own game against Nana yesterday, they had 4 versus 4 equal position, but somehow we saw some unpredicted situations. So,
So
still the
Bibisara
game
played
is on.
rook
4
c8.
rooks on the game. It's always a fun.
Rook c8. So white can put the rook on g5 with the check and then put rook on f2. technically it has to be winning. White has a passed pawn on each file. That extra pawn is a passed pawn, and there is no counterplay for black. This is the worst thing for black. Let's go back to Nana's game, as it was quite interesting position. And okay, take a look at Alina and Anna. They trade the A pawns, so A4 was done, and they agreed.
Okay, we have the first draw of the round 2. Anna Muzychuk with black pieces made a draw against Alina Kashlinskaya.
They both have 1 point out of 2 with the 2 draws, right?
1 point for both players. They are observing right now the other positions. The game was not so peaceful, actually. They both played quite nicely.
It was a fight. It was a fight.
Yeah, a lot of things happening in the center, but they actually played both of them perfect game and ended logically in the end with a draw. So 1 game down, 4 to go, and we can now move forward to see how Kosteniuk and Vaishali are doing, because we have now Vaishali's king getting more and more active. King is
Vaishali
getting somewhere, so let's get back the board.
Black has a clear advantage now. So now there is no problem connected to the safety of the king. They have the almost passed pawn on A file, and the pieces are not less than the white pieces.
Yeah.
A little bit passive play from Alexandra. 4 minutes on the clock. It's move number 27. So she did the move, and Vaishali answered. Queen D2 did Alexandra, and Vaishali answered with rook C8. This is the actual position they have right now. I mean, Queen D2 and rook FC8. White is in trouble. In a huge trouble.
Look at the time as well. Time situation is not promising. 13 more moves to go to get the increment, and position is not so easy to make your next moves. You cannot just make a pass moves here. All the moves matters, because if you do some pass moves here, A3 goes all the way to A2, and
C2 pawn
it's
is
going to be
hanging,
stopped
actually.
too.
C2 pawn is hanging. Playing rook EC1, it's not at least beautiful to put the rook on C1, but what else to do? How to support it? B4 pawn is hanging.
If you take on C2, then I
missed.
take on B4
Yes,
with
B4
a check,
is
so
hanging.
that's
Pardon.
the
Yes,
hope.
that's hanging. That's my bad.
I was just thinking maybe we can get knight on D3 to hit the
To
pawn
attack that pawn.
on B4, looking for some kind of knight D4 moves in that position.
She has less than 4 minutes. 13 more moves to do.
Can we do rook A4, and B3 in this position? Looks funny.
K4.
Rook A4, B3, forking.
Queen takes E2 here.
Queen takes C2, pawn takes A4.
Ouch.
Maybe that's not the best out of...
Take and take on... B4 is hanging. So maybe take on E3, queen takes, B3. Okay, another passive move.
Yeah, Alexandra doesn't want to make any changes yet. She played knight to D1. Looking for C3 to play, so this pawn at least gonna be guarded well. We already mentioned that Queen C2 will not be appear on the board because the pawn on B4 is hanging.
interesting changing in the game. Muzychuk Mariya against Dzagnidze Nana. The rooks disappeared from the board.
Wait a moment, isn't bishop e4, queen e4,
It's
queen
black
to
to
d1?
move, right? Wait a sec. Just take the knight. It's completely winning then.
Queen d1, queen b1.
So let's calculate what's going on here.
Yeah, queen d1, queen b1, and then we can actually play queen d6, targeting a3 pawn.
Which the white could not protect. Oh, then that's it, right? Queen d1, queen b1, and queen d6 is an excellent move.
Yeah.
Unstoppable queen a3, unstoppable queen a2, queen a1, and so on.
Wow.
Lela starts improving her position step by step. That could be the long game, by the way, because of course Lela will do her best to win this game, which is not so easy. She has to do it step by step, technically.
Can we stay the game of Nana and Mariya, because
Decisive moment, right?
maybe we're gonna have the resignation soon
If she takes on e4.
if she takes on e4. Very often we like the opponents say it much faster. You feel the danger much faster. Nana is calculating.
It seems like Nana don't see that yet, does not see it yet. Otherwise, if she sees that bishop e4, queen d6.
She's double checking, I guess. 4 minutes to
Double-checking?
go against 2 minutes. She's just double checking, because that's another piece trade. If there's not a checkmate, then you don't want to trade the pieces.
Actually, maybe there is no checkmate, but there will be 2 extra pawns on the queen side and the dancing king in the center for white.
Yeah. I also like this idea of knight c6, knight d4 with knight c2.
That makes more strategical sense. But tactically, she's just ending up the game, right?
Yeah.
One more
Bishop
time,
e4.
just to double check
Queen
it.
e4,
Take.
check.
Queen d1, queen b1, queen d6. Now checkmate is hanging, so probably this move. Oh, there is a bishop h6 checkmate in the end. There is a checkmate. It's not anything else than the checkmate.
Yeah, but why we don't
King
take the queen
d1.
on a3?
a3?
Yeah.
What do you mean on
Queen
a3?
a3, b takes a3.
Wait a sec. I got confused now. So queen d7, queen e4. Wait a sec. So what are we talking about?
Queen a3,
No, queen a3 take.
font.
Somehow I thought this diagonal was open. Unfortunately not.
But she made a move. She made a move, and what is it? I see the knight still on the board. She didn't
Knight
capture
c6.
the knight. Yeah, knight c6.
She did knight c6. So
It's a
what was
logical
going on
move.
here? How she was winning in this position?
Take on a3, b takes a3, knight c4, knight d2.
Yes, but is it winning?
It is winning, yeah.
So this.
Take.
No,
It
sorry,
is winning.
sorry.
You like this position.
This,
Knight c4,
this,
knight d2,
this. Ah, b2.
b2.
No.
Or
No,
take
maybe
the
not.
knight first. Take the queen first.
And after bishop d. Ah, there
Now
is knight
b2.
f2 also.
Yeah.
B2 and knight f2 immediately, but knight b2 then rook d1. So wait a sec. So b2 check, but then it could be king b1.
And knight f2.
And now knight f2. And if king c2, then knight f2, rook d1.
Uh-oh.
Okay, actually it does not matter anymore. She played knight c6.
I also like this move actually. I like this move very much with
Bishop
idea of knight
c4, that's correct.
Bishop c4 is to move the pawn on b3 is hanging, so
Finally
we can do
that,
knight d4.
that bishop improved. Okay, obviously
Oh,
after
gosh,
knight
this is very
c6
bad
it has to be
position for
knight
white.
d4. Obviously there is nothing to think with 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
As bishop c4 here was most expected move.
She is thinking. Nana with black pieces. The bishop on c4 hitting the pawn on b3. Knight d4 is a logical move with a threat of knight to c2 winning the piece. She's not making move. She's not worried at all that her time is also ticking. I don't know if she has 3 minutes, maybe she has a bit less than 2 minutes.
She has 2 minutes and 43 seconds.
Okay. So we have a bit of delay on the screen this time that you can see in blue color. This might not be the actual time.
Too much.
Minute.
That's too much.
Mariya looking at the clock. Maybe she has some hopes now as Nana's time is ticking. Nana is not going to move.
Wow.
Nana.
Wake up.
Wow. When my opponent is not making move on a second, I don't breathe. I think if I breathe, I will just make some noises, so I always hold the breath.
Come on,
Jesus
do the move.
Christ, make a move!
Do it, just do it.
Like the 2 minutes, like sometimes the time, like it's...
Ah,
she
now
learns
she
now.
mentioned the time. But, ignore it.
Thank you.
Okay, and then? Yes, it's time to do the move.
I just put some timer, like 2 minutes,
Just
like
make the
it's
move.
not passing.
Nana, make the move. Oh
no.
my. Oh. What?
Can we zoom the clock? If it's possible to zoom the clock?
It will be very nice to see.
Oh my gosh.
She looks like she has an hour. Okay, I can't
Wow,
believe
what
that.
a nerves. Like, I would be just so stressed right now with the seconds on the clock.
And this is not the actual time what we see on the screen. It is much less. It will be, I don't know, maybe few seconds left.
We need to see the time.
Okay, at least we have to see this video of them that
Yeah.
to see they did the
We
move.
don't want to see
Oh, we have
ourselves.
like
No, no, no.
knight d4 and bishop d3. That happened in the game.
Ah, okay, they made the moves, yeah.
You see?
Okay, yeah.
37 seconds.
So she made the move when she had 7 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Wow.
So she played bishop d3. I mean, Mariya played bishop d3.
Wow, this looks actually that she has very strong nerves.
Oh no, passive move was not the time for that now. It was not the time to play the passive move here. Knight c2 should be much better. Yeah. Here Nana has to be careful as she's exchanged down. She doesn't have to forget that.
Oh, knight c2 was winning on a spot. Can we show that game? That move. Knight c2 forcing bishop to take it, and now you just want to take bishop to e4 and queen to d1. How white is going to? Oh wow! And there's another thing: queen e7, attacking the knight, and queen a3.
And on knight c3 here. Even bishop h6.
Bishop c3? Bishop c3, queen d1.
c3 check.
Oh, check. Okay.
Okay, it still makes no big sense. So she played knight e6. Then what happened after knight e6? Bishop b1. Bishop b1.
9 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Oh my god.
This is what time travel is doing.
Yeah, but I like how calm she's making the moves.
Bishop b1 and knight d4 back. That's
how
not
many
good.
moves to go? 9 more moves to go.
Too many.
Mariya should take this as a second chance for her, and she should try to find the best moves here.
Bishop b1 and knight d4 back.
And knight c3. Knight c3. Trying to block the diagonal.
Oh,
I should count
13
13,
seconds.
12, 11.
9.
Oh,
Knight
Jesus.
c2 finally.
Now she plays it.
So knight c2.
Bishop c2.
Take.
Pawn
Take with
takes
the
this
pawn.
pawn on c2.
Yeah.
I
that's
don't
a
know
big
what's
trouble.
happening, but this pawn is very strong. It is stronger than any
Ever.
minor piece. 3. Look at the time here. It will drop down to mine.
I hope
Okay, 1 minute to
Okay.
go.
So what to say about the position? What is actually happening?
I love it for black actually. Even if black is not winning on a spot, the pawn on c2, it's
quite
very strong.
dangerous. Yeah, queen e3 was in the game. Mariya made queen e3. What a tough game, huh? What a tough game.
My heart. But also, Mariya has really good chances right now to put the things together. Finally, rook can find the way out. Rook c1 or rook to e1. 22 seconds again. Wow. And she goes h5. Whoa. And that's an interesting choice because she was worried about the back rank.
Yes.
Her
Opens
king is
up.
safe. Her king is safe. Let's be honest.
King is safe now.
Yeah.
It is safe and it's safe forever.
Well, maybe her idea is king to h7, bishop h6, and then c1.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
But on the same time, maybe white will sacrifice on c2, like rook c1 and then queen e2. So, for example, if white plays rook c1 here, now queen e2 is threatening, and just to take on c2 or h5 is hanging also.
Yeah. Oh, Vaishali finished the game, as we can see. And how that ended? We can see you walking out, but
We don't know the result.
yeah, we're gonna know that results. So
Draw? What? I think they bet the same thing that I did. Why to do draw here with black? Wow, that's strange.
95.
Just why? So did she blunder anything? 91, King F7. Wait a sec. Why not, for example, just A3? After G4, she decided to capture on E5. But
And
why?
went to the threefold repetition there.
Just a perpetual check. Wow.
Oh no, it looks beautiful to make a draw this way, but black was standing really nicely here, so active.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, back to the game of Nana and
Let's
Mariya.
go to Nana, right? Now Mariya has less than the 20 seconds. 15.
And she goes with knight to
92.
2. I'm not big fan of this move, honestly, because I love this knight to be on
yes,
c3.
blocking the
just
diagonal.
controlling the diagonal. Yeah.
But now the queen on e3 is doing kind of, I mean, it's supporting the third rank, mostly the a3 pawn.
Shall we do queen d1 here? Check, queen c1, and bishop to g4.
Maybe knight c1. Oh, sorry, rook on h1.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for.
Wait, on queen c1, couldn't I take this?
Yeah.
Whoa, wait a second.
Nana played...
Are we watching the correct position?
No, we're not, because the rook is all on the c1, actually.
So on h5, on h5 it was bishop g6.
Okay.
I mean rook c1, bishop g6, and then knight e2.
And king went to h7.
King h7. And white also played something. It's difficult to see what was there.
King a2.
King a2. Okay.
Yeah, meanwhile, the other game also is interesting. Lela Javakhishvili, Bibisara Assaubayeva. Bibisara had seconds on the clock, and she made her last move, so she has now 40 moves and got the time increment.
Okay. Somehow I don't like that the pawn is on h5 and rook on h4 for Lela. Here black has a good chances to survive. Wait, it could be all draws today, Keti?
You're gonna get the bonus point then.
Pardon me.
Yeah, Vaishali and Kosteniuk is a big disappointment for my team.
Okay, let's see what's happening. Sarasadat and Tsolakidou Stavroula. This is the position.
Wow, pretty different from what we have
Yes.
seen, actually.
Stavroula is doing quite well, But it has to be draw, okay? Don't want to say that word, but it seems like a draw.
Okay,
Next.
shall we go back to the Nana Mariya's game, because they have last 2 moves to go, still having struggle on the clock. The position is super crazy. I think Mariya now has all the hopes in the world to save this game. As she has improved the rook's position.
So the last move
Everything
was
is
queen
under
b3,
control.
right? Or not?
Queen b3
Okay.
and queen to c7.
So she already did something, and Nana captured on h2. Knight c3. Capture on h2, capture on c2, and this game also goes to draw.
No!
Yes, it has to be the draw now. So actually you see Nana is missing another game. She was winning yesterday, she was winning today.
as well, yeah. This can be the day of all the draws, actually.
Yes, it is, and I will get the bonus point.
And we still don't know what is inside this glass. Damn. What
We
a
see
day.
that there is a glass and there is a spoon. Yes, nothing interesting is happening anymore in this crazy game, actually, that was like all 40 moves. Yeah, what to say? I don't know. Here, Bibisara is also very close to survive this game.
Let's wait Mariya to make this move. She has 40 seconds to go.
She has last
And when
move
she
to do.
moves her last move, then we can move forward. The position seems quite nice for you. I even like this position with the knight and the queen. King is safer.
Has to be draw.
20
She
seconds.
does not know now. Leave the knight on c3 to trade it, or move that knight. And if move, where to move?
Yeah, it is a tough question.
Oh, she's nervous.
94 seems to me the move.
10 seconds.
7, 6,
Knight
5,
e4, queen
4,
e5.
3, 2, 1.
Wait, what? Come on, that's move number 42.
No!
That's move
My
number.
heart.
Why she was so nervous though?
And why we don't have the moves? Jesus Christ, my blood pressure.
They already did 41 moves. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Okay.
I really need that
So we have
water, the sugar in the water right now because my blood pressure is.
We have 3 games in progress,
Jesus
and
Christ.
all of them ended up the 14 moves time control. Now they have additional 30 minutes each, and with the mostly equal positions everywhere, Keti, you know?
I need to stabilize my breathing after seeing that. But like, I really hate when the clock has to drop down to like 0
Yeah.
second, and then when
That's
you see your
horrible,
time, like, I never trust my handwriting first of all, because I always miss one move. Always miss one move. I don't remember like a game when I had long game when I had the correct writing. So that's why I never trust myself. There was a case in case of Ivanchuk. He thought that it was 40 moves and he lost.
Yeah,
the
that
time.
was, yes.
So, Jesus, what was that? So,
Now the players are a little bit relaxing after the time pressure. And now second stage starting. I think, Keti, it will be a long games, you know.
today
The
will
rest,
be a long day for us.
yes. All of them seems like that. Even this game will be the long game. Even Nana will play quite much. I think so. It will not be like a draw immediately
You
here.
guys, let us know in the comments which of this game has been your favorite today. Which is the game of a round? We have seen, I think, almost the most dramatic moments. We loved how Vaishali turned the tables against Kosteniuk. The game ended in a draw. We have seen Nana Dzagnidze against Mariya Muzychuk. Very interesting game. It was
Very
actually too
complicated.
dramatic for me. We have still Bibisara and Lela Javakhishvili. You guys can see that on the right side of the camera. Stavroula and Sara. I think this was most calm game so far today. And the other game, Anna Muzychuk against Alina Kashlinskaya, was also interesting. But let us know which of these games have been your favorite, and don't go anywhere because today gonna be the long day and
Maybe the longest one.
maybe longest one, and we need some people in the chat as well. Even though we have a 15 minutes delay, still we are here to read your comments. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
In that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolet signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
This is the final game of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024 in Tbilisi. On the screen you can see Lela Javakhishvili against Bibisara Assaubayeva in the round 2. We have been seeing so far all the draws, although most of the games have been really exciting and fighting. We have missed some of the analysis of the game, so we're going to take a look at that. But before that, Valerie, I think we should take a look of the current position and check it out what is happening in the remaining game and the position. Lela versus Bibisara.
It is completely equal. The position is like, we can say even it is just a draw. So Lela missed her chance to improve her position with the pawn up in the rook's endgame, and fight to win the game. As what they have right now on the board, it is with the equal chances. So black can just simply play rook g1 check as it happened in the game. So if the king goes on h file, then it will be rook h1 check, and here rook d4. Here black is even better. So Lela is forced to play king f3. In that case, there is just rook d3.
Oh, she is giving up the pawn on g3.
Yeah, she's giving up the pawn, but taking on f7.
F7.
Maybe she this is what she wants to do, like this. Take on f7, but
Rook g2 seems to me the easiest way to do. Maybe the other rook third to g2, and after rook f2 we can have the trade of the rooks, and rook to a1 will chase the pawn on a2.
One check here.
Check over
maybe,
there.
but king back, and then how to improve with white. If the black just stays, right? It's a point. Let's see what will be there.
In the game, king
f3.
f3 happened, so very likely we're gonna see that rook d3 is such a natural move here, and obviously after rook d3, white will not play king to f4 because this actually gives up the pawn on d3 with a check as well. So king e2 will happen.
Yes, that's for sure. Rook d3 and king e2.
So in this situation, black can take with both of the rooks, but rook d3 to j3 looks quite natural in this position. Yeah, tough day for Lela. She had better position, almost winning position, and could not convert it. And also yesterday she had a long game. Meanwhile, maybe we can just quickly take a look at the end of the other games, how that happened.
So, Sarasadat against Tsolakidou Stavroula, they repeat the positions. No,
there was a draw
they just agreed on draw. The position was equal, of course. Yeah, rook d3 check happened there. And another game we had, that was Muzychuk Mariya against Dzagnidze and Nana. They also made the draw by agreement here.
Traded the pieces and only queens on the board.
So we did not miss much.
Yeah.
Okay,
That is quite unfortunate that we will not see any decisive result today. But funny enough, we're gonna have probably the draws all the way. Maybe let's follow this line again to this game to make sure that we are not missing anything in this position. Rook d3 to g3, or even other rook can even capture that, but this is the most natural move.
Yeah. And maybe now don't trade the rooks at all and just try to use the weakness of the white king with the rook c1 to get it on the last rank.
Can we also do rook a1 in this position?
Rook a1 also makes sense to attack that pawn, why not?
So the point being that if you take the pawn on a7, we can take also the pawn on a2, give up the rook for a bit, and then after rook g2, you can get it back.
That could be dangerous, no? Let's take a look. This, and king f3, take, and king f4, and rook e2. Yeah, that's the move. Rook e2. Yeah, that's quite unpleasant.
It is.
And
Rook
the
e4 is on the way.
Yeah, white king is not on time.
Yeah, and if you play king to f5, then rook e3 chasing the b3 pawn. And it's quite difficult to find the proper square for this rook. Rook h4 seems to be properly placed to be behind the passed pawn, but king perfectly blocks the pawn on h5, and that makes difficulties to
Okay,
white.
for now we have this position, and let's see what Bibisara will choose to play.
She is about to make a move. She can capture the pawn on g3, but still taking, just making sure that her move is correct. She can take with
Yeah, by
d
the
to
way, yes,
g3,
this is also quite
G to
quite easy
G3
way,
as
and then
well.
rook c3 is also possible. She captured with the d rook. It was more natural, as we already said.
Mhm.
So Lela will capture on f7, that's for sure. There is not a trouble for white to do draw anytime, as it is rook f6 check and rook f7 anytime. So for example, rook c3, if the white want to do the draw, it's like rook f6, king h7, rook f7. King could not go that way because of that. Yeah, it's a just simple draw. Okay, draw is not the problem for white, that's for sure. And Bibisara played rook g1 to g2.
Rook g1 to g2. She is actually inviting rook f2.
So Lela has to play rook f2. There is nothing to think at all. Yeah, it's a little bit strange what to think in this position more than rook f2, and she did it. Now Bibisara is going to capture, but a5 is also the move, right?
a5 is another move to play,
But
just
she
to make sure that
captured.
this pawn will not hang on a7.
She captured, and maybe rook c3. Yes.
Yeah, rook c3.
Seems like, yeah. How to improve with white, it's completely unclear.
The king is carried. Look at her, look again, like, okay, enough. But she can't offer the draw at this point, right? She's still behind the material, one pawn down.
For now, but
Yeah,
she
they
will
have to
gain
make
that
some
pawn.
more moves.
She will gain that pawn.
Rook c2 now is a threat. You cannot really avoid that happening.
Yes. What to suggest for white? Even I don't know what the move to suggest.
Well, at least we will have good news that no player gonna have 0 points in this tournament. So
Okay, she played rook f4, so it's gonna be agreement on draw quite soon. Bibisara will take on h5.
it's funny because now white is the one who is
Taking care.
yeah, you know, she
About the
wants to, yeah, she
position.
kissed off the pawn on h5. A2 pawn is already hanging. It's a good time to take care of it.
Just a draw. On the same time, black is also kind of forced to capture on h5, otherwise white will play rook f5.
Bibisara thinking to take on h5 right away or to play rook to c2. Rook c2 actually makes more sense. It's a check. You take the pawn on a2, and after rook
But
f5,
it will
then
be
rook
okay.
a5 is the
Rook
move.
A5, but king f4 is quite unpleasant there. King f4, king e5. White will take a risk. I don't think black has any chance there to win.
Why not? Rook b5. I mean, give me at least 1 point.
think so. On rook b5, king e4. Okay, let's consider that unusual thing. So this, take on a2, rook f5. She did king g5.
Oh, wow. Look at this move, attacking the rook. I like it.
Yo.
I like it. So if rook f7, then black can take a2 pawn, h5 is still hanging. Oh no.
So rook f7, rook c2, king e3, rook takes a2. Okay, I have this move. Come on, it's hard to believe that any complications could happen here. Thinking d3, king c3. No? You want to at least one result,
Okay,
right?
rook
Somehow.
a3. Let's see, rook a3. I go rook a3 here.
Rook a3, rook e5 check.
King h6.
King h6 and take this.
Rook b3.
And king e4.
And go a4. a5.
A5. Okay, a5. This. Okay, I think I'll play rook d8 straight away. Lela does not love to give the pawns for activity, but...
a4.
a4, d5.
a3.
a3, d6.
Huh?
Be careful. Be careful here.
What?
Be careful here. No, okay, a2 you have here. Rook a8 and rook b2. King e5, king d5. B5, king c6, b4, yes,
yeah,
b5.
b5.
No, it's draw, come on.
No matter how hard we try, it's a draw.
But nice that Bibisara is still trying to find out some chances.
Two long games for Lela. Quite tough
Yes.
start off for her, the tournament.
She's tired. We can see it easily, she's tired. Rook f7, of course. There will be rook c2 check. Yes, it happened. Rook c2, king e3. You know what, if I don't want to be risky here with white, Keti, after rook takes a2, I can simply play king d3. And just support the b3 pawn.
Yeah, and go after d5.
So Bibisara is thinking here. Wait, what is she thinking? Oh no, she did. She did rook takes a2. Yes. This, and she did rook takes a2.
This is very comfort position that Bibisara is having right now. She knows she's safe. The worst is behind.
Yeah, that is the feeling exactly. They agreed on draw.
They agreed on a draw.
Yep. So we have 5 draws today.
All right, 5 draws today. You got your 2 points today, including Bonnie's. Not so good for me.
3-0. I'm leading 3-0 out of 2 rounds.
Not good for me. So after 2 rounds, we do have same leaders as at the beginning of the round. Bibisara Assaubayeva and Stavroula Tsolakidou have 1.5 points out of 2. Then we have a lot of players with 1 point. Kosteniuk, Muzychuk, Mariya Muzychuk, Alina Kashlinskaya, Alina, and we have actually 2 players with 0.5 point, Vaishali and Sarasadat. So this is basically the end of the round 2. We can see the games are done already. The players will take a good rest today to come back tomorrow with more energy. Yeah, to summarize, it was a bit slow day, to be honest, but we still had our own fun in the game of Mariya and Nana. Yeah, and also Lela and Bibisara game was quite interesting. So
Kosteniuk game also
Kosteniuk,
was
Vaishali, yeah. Very, very nicely done by Vaishali. We hope that she could play more and to try for a win, because she has at the moment 0.5 point, and of course we would like to see her among the leaders to have more exciting chess.
But in total, with the black colors, draw against Kosteniuk, I think it's always the good result as a point of view of the result.
Yeah. All right. Thanks very much for today and commentaries. You guys, thanks very much for being with us today. Come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time, Tbilisi time, 1 p.m. Central European time, and 4:30 is time. Yeah, it's time to say goodbye and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow on the same time, same place. Bye-bye.
In that moment, we were only 15 countries who signed the constitution of FIDE, and the FIDE has grown up until 195 countries. It's really a global dimension now for the FIDE, and I want to congratulate FIDE for this success.
It's very important to be part of the ceremony. It's a historic occasion. It only comes along every century. So we were happy that we were able to take part. In part, we were able to take part because chess has been so much more successful recently, so that 5 years ago we couldn't have come, but now we can.
For 100 years, Marc Nicolai signed this document, and it's a very important moment for Switzerland also to be part of it, and for me, myself also, of course. And I think FIDE has done a great job 100 years ago now, and has a future where it can also transmit chess in the society, in social work, in other domains, not only in competition. So I think it's a great time to go on, to go for the future.
His clock is ticking. How will he respond to Eco's first move while ready to win?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swinger. Who's gonna swing across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say like house. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.